Thank you for joining us for this regular board meeting of the Board of Trustees for Santa Clara Unified School District. It is Thursday, October 12th, and I'm calling this meeting to order at 5 p.m. We will first have our roll call of attendance. Trustee Canova, absent. Trustee Gonzalez, absent. Trustee Lieberman,
Here.
Trustee Muirhead,
Here.
Trustee Ratterman,
Here.
Trustee Ryan, absent, and I am here. So we have 4 trustees here. We will now have our introduction of the interpreter.
Good evening, board. Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Angélica Benítez. Mi compañera Verónica Adams y yo vamos a ser las intérpretes en español de esta noche. Bienvenidos a la reunión de la mesa directiva. Esta reunión está siendo transmitida en el canal en español de Zoom. Para escuchar esta sesión en español, opriman el botón que dice interpretación en su pantalla y seleccionen el lenguaje de español. En ese menú también tendrán la opción de silenciar el audio original en inglés. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will now have the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Trustee Ratterman.
Please stand. Follow me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Trustee Ratterman. Trustee Lieberman will now read our district mission and vision statements.
The mission of Santa Clara Unified School District is to provide equitable, engaging, and innovative educational experiences so that each student thrives in a global society. Graduates of Santa Clara Unified School District are resilient, future-ready, lifelong learners who think critically, solve problems collaboratively, and are prepared to thrive in a global society.
Thank you, Trustee Lieberman. We will now. I apologize. Thank you. I need to go back to roll call. Is our student trustee Valdez here?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. So we have 4 trustees and our student trustee here. I apologize again. We'll now review and accept the agenda. Do we have a motion?
Lieberman?
Second.
We have a motion from Trustee Lieberman and a second from Trustee Muirhead. Any questions or changes? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, student trustee Valdez.
Aye.
So that passes 4 to 0 with 3 trustees absent and student trustee Valdez also voting yes. We will now read our guidelines for and policy for public comment at board meetings. The Board of Trustees has a policy on civility. Policy 1310.1 on civility states, this policy promotes mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district employees, parents, and the public. This policy is not intended to deprive any person of his or her right to freedom of expression, but only to maintain, to the extent possible and reasonable, a safe, harassment-free workplace for our students and staff. In the interests of presenting district employees as positive role models to the children of this district, as well as the community, SCUSD encourages positive communication and discourages volatile, hostile, or aggressive actions. This district seeks the public's cooperation with this endeavor. I have no slips for any comment on our closed session items. I do not see any hands raised in the Zoom. The board will now go to closed session. In closed session, we will discuss items B.1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, 2 cases. B2, consideration of the recommendation of administrative hearing panel regarding expulsion of student 101223A.1. B3, consideration of the recommendation of the administrative hearing panel regarding expulsion of student 101223B.1. B4, public employee discipline dismissal release. B5, public employee appointment, custodial manager, maintenance and operations department. B6, conference with labor conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives Gary Waddell, Jose Gonzalez, Mark Shield, and Greg Danis, employee organizations UTSC, CSCA, AFT, unrepresented employees and management. B7, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation one case. B8, conference with legal counsel, pending litigation, Jewel Labs. And B9, public employee performance evaluation, agency designated representative board president Vicky Fairchild, and title is superintendent. We anticipate being in closed session for about 2 hours. We'll return to open session about 7 p.m. Thank you. And we are resuming open session. We will start with the introduction of our interpreter.
Good evening, board. Buenas noches, mi nombre es Verónica Adams. Angélica Benítez y yo seremos las intérpretes en español de esta noche. Bienvenidos a la reunión de la mesa directiva. Esta reunión está siendo transmitida por el canal en español de Zoom. Para escuchar esta sesión en español, oprime el botón que dice interpretación en la parte inferior de su pantalla y seleccione el idioma de español. En este menú también puede seleccionar la opción de silenciar el audio original en inglés. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will now give our report from closed session. For item B1, the board received information. For item B2, in closed session, the Board of Trustees discussed the recommendation of the hearing officer and related evidence regarding the expulsion with a suspension of enforcement for student 101223A.1. For item B3, in closed session, the Board of Trustees discussed the recommendation of the hearing officer and related evidence regarding the expulsion with a suspension of enforcement of student 101223B.1. For item B4, the board received information. For item B5, the board received information. For item B6, the board received information and gave direction. For item B7, the board received information and gave direction. For item B8, the board received information and took action with a motion by trustee Ratterman, seconded by trustee Gonzalez to approve a settlement with Altria. The board voted 6-0, with trustee Muirhead being absent to approve the said settlement. For item B9, the board received information and gave direction. We will now have our item D.1, which is our report from our superintendent.
Thank you, President Fairchild. As you know, it's LGBTQ+ History Month, and I am very proud to share a recent honor SCUSD received for our work supporting our students and staff in this area. Last Thursday, SCUSD was recognized at the Santa Clara County Office of Education's LGBTQ+ History Month Showcase for our unwavering commitment to championing LGBTQ+ inclusivity. SCUSD had 2 practices recognized at the showcase, including the policy updates made to AR 5145.3 and the Equitable Practices and Inclusive Curriculum and Instruction Toolkit for staff. SCUSD was awarded a special recognition by the County Office of Education, as well as a certificate of recognition by the California Legislature. The event included keynote speaker Ken Yeager, a flag raising ceremony, school district acknowledgements, and a resource fair. So congratulations on that work. We're very proud of our work in that space. We had last week a couple of lovely events. The farm to table dinner at the farm was a lovely affair in support of the foundation and supporting their environmental literacy work and a greenhouse. And the next day, we all enjoyed the Parade of Champions and got to join our community and many of our students. Our speaker from our opening orientation, Hiba Khan, rode in the car with me. So it was a very nice, and we had student trustee Valdez and assistant superintendent Knavel and PIO Dorico with us. So it was a great day. SCUSD is focused on literacy and mathematics, as you know, in a context that nurtures the whole child. We recently shared some strategies related to mathematics and are looking forward to continuing that conversation soon with recommended action on the mathematics pathways. We are simultaneously in a design process around elementary literacy. We know that one of our most important tasks is to ensure that we are effectively preparing our students to read and write. Last month, we convened the new literacy work group that will begin to review research, best practice, and learn from other districts who are finding success in literacy as we build on the strong foundations in place and chart a course for the future to see our students excel in literacy. I'm appreciative of the many teachers and literacy specialists who are serving, and we look forward to the recommendations. I'm excited to share also that we're launching a Latinx Achievement Project that we'll be sharing more about in the coming months. This project is intended to engage student and community voice, research, and educator perspectives around how we can best support Latina students in SCUSD. We take seriously the task of ensuring that we provide a rigorous and effective education for every child and young person, and are eager to hear from students and members of the community as we seek to deepen our practice in this space. Special thanks to Assistant Superintendent Gonzalez and Chief Academic and Innovation Officer Stam, who will be spearheading this effort. I want to close my comments tonight by reinforcing the importance of the work of SCUSD to ensure safe, supportive, and affirming spaces for all children and youth. That remains our focus. However, we know education doesn't occur in a vacuum. And I want to acknowledge and condemn the horrific Hamas terror attacks on innocent Israeli citizens that began on Saturday. The images and stories are shocking, and we share in the feelings of grief, horror, and outrage that are rippling throughout our community and the world. SCUSD stands firm in our focus on supporting all children and youth, creating spaces that are free from anti-Semitism as well as Islamophobia and other forms of hate speech. We are here to provide safe and vibrant spaces for learning, growing, and connecting, and stand in support of each and every student in SCUSD, including those who are Israeli, Palestinian, Jewish, and Islamic. Our dedicated staff is here to support students and ensure safe, supportive, and nurturing school environments. Our site staff, site district leadership, and wellness teams are working together to ensure that our students have the resources that they need, attend safe schools, and are supported as they confront natural feelings of anger, anxiety, fear, or stress that can result from events such as those that we have recently witnessed. We acknowledge the difficulty of this moment. When students have needs, please know that a variety of resources were linked on our communication earlier this week, and each school has access to additional resources as well, and stand ready to assist our students in any way that we can. As a district, we stand in partnership with our broader community in support of each and every student in SCUSD every day, but particularly in these troubled times. This concludes my comments.
Thank you, Dr. Waddell. We will now have our Student Senate report from Kylie Hill Scott from New Valley High School.
Is it going? I'm Kylie from New Valley. I'm gonna pretty much just be talking about New Valley, how good our school is and the attendance. As you guys look up there, community is New Valley is very good community of our school. 2023 and 2024 is a great year. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. The school started off very smoothly. Everyone pretty much is going off good. The orientation that we had this coming up year, the students are getting along very well. Everyone is having fun. Everyone's like to themselves having their groups. Staff and students are communicating very well. Recently there hasn't really been any problems this year. I would say if you need anything, pretty much staff like Miss Stapleton and Miss Robin and everybody in the office is fun to go to. It's a good place to go to, respectful. Pretty much like a new school. As you guys go to like Santa Clara High School or Wilcox, it's just like another school. Everyone's good, responsible, respectful towards everyone, you know? You give it, you get it, and it's very fun to be at. I love the school. When it was my first year, I was a little scared to come, but the community at New Valley is very very fun. They open up and they open up to the new students and they pretty much like make them feel welcome. So that's pretty much what the community is. But the attendance, we're moving on to the attendance at our New Valley. It is our first grading period. We have had 86.9% attendance rate. This is some of the best attendance that we have had this year. I think last year was similar, but I think this year would probably be the best. There's a little bit that is falling off, but the attendance at New Valley is probably, I would say, better than last year. I hate to admit it, but this year is kind of way better than last year. As I was talking about, like the leadership and student council, which I'm here for, leadership and student council kind of work together to put this slideshow together for you guys. Can barely see it because of color, sorry. But like our student, the teacher that we all kind of like look forward to is Miss Kudo. Miss Kudo puts the leadership and student body together. They get us to where we are today, to in this situation where I am standing if I wasn't because of Stapleton and Miss Kudo. We had orientation, it went very well. A lot of students were like, wow, I didn't know anything. I didn't know this was happening. I didn't know there was this amount of classes. We get certain credits for certain classes, like say math credits. You can get it with, I mean, not math credits, writing credits. You could get it within 3 different classes for one subject. But leadership and student council can go on your resume. It's a fun, easy, simple credits that I can get. I'm glad I'm on it thanks to Miss Stapleton. But I know you guys can read up there. Students, like I said, students get along very well. It's like my first time, so I'm reading it and I'm like going back and forth from it. I'm sorry. But I would say that those are the fun things about leadership. You get to do student week, which is next week. There's student week, not student week. We have different contests for next week, which is like decorating decorating class doors, and then pumpkin decorating. And it's just like different activities. If you want to like bring your ideas about that, you could bring it to student council, leadership, or Stapleton. You could pretty much bring it to anyone, and at the end of the day, you'll get to that main person that does it. That's what I like about it, because it's a small school. You get your credits done, you get your ideas around, everyone gets to present what they want to change or what they want to add on to the school. So that's what I like about student council and New Valley and leadership. Kind of everybody just has their own words to it. So that one's that one. And then this is what Spirit Week first GP. Monday was PJ Day / Adam Sandler's Day. That's Miss Kudo with the next to Mr. Kaler. Yeah, with the jerseys on. And then you can see all the students and staffs that dressed up for that day. It was pretty fun. We had all like interactions with each other. It was very fun. Everybody was like, they kind of just woke up and came to school, as I would say. So we're going to go ahead to the next slide. On Tuesday, we had Disney Day. Very fun. Everyone, I would say again, kind of just woke up and just came to school. I would say, although it was Disney Day, it was kind of pajama day as well. But we had fun with it. There was only a few there was 4 teachers and a few students. I mean, there was more students that came on and dressed up, but they didn't want to be in the picture. They didn't know where it was gonna end up, yearbook here or whatever. They're like, no, not right now. So, but then going on to Wednesday was sports day. Very fun day, I can say. We all love each other, but we all had our hates towards everyone's teams. It was very fun throughout the day. Back then, although we hate, like we'd be going back and forth with teachers, staff, students because of the team. At the end of the day, we all like agreed that like it's sports day. We have fun with it. There's a lot of students and staff, as you can see. There are Niners fans. Most of our school are Niners fans. But again, Spirit Week, we have fun with it. No matter what team it is or day it is, we all come together. In the pictures that I'm showing you guys, we all come together and pretty much represent New Valley. And we get our credits again. We learn our school, we learn our education, but throughout the whole school years, there are sometimes we get to have fun days like this because of Miss Stapleton and Miss Kudo and leadership and council. So then moving on to Thursday was Twin Day. We have this one almost every year. There's a lot of twin days, a lot of twins that come not just for fun, but in general. There are twins that like just best friends or siblings that somehow just end up dressing almost similar, like, or exactly like. I know there's these two twins that actually are, I think, identical twins this year, but I don't think they're in the picture. But a lot of kids have fun with certain different spirit weeks. Like this year, we're having totally different ones than what we did this last year. So, but that's Twin Day. There's two teachers that decide to dress exactly alike, which was very funny. And that's Trejo and Miss Yamaguchi. Those two are I would say Twin Day every day. They're always, if it's not those two, then it's Miss Kudo. And if people are like during Spirit Week down, those three teachers are the ones that have fun with the Spirit Week. So that's what I kind of look forward to with those ones. We're gonna move on to, wrong one, went back too far. So we don't have a Friday one, but Friday we had Picture Day and it was Class Colors Day. So the Class Colors Day, we kind of all got before Spirit Week, leadership put up a slide for juniors, seniors, and sophomores to pick their colors. And throughout the week, once it hit Friday, we wore those colors, but then also we had Picture Day. So there's not really a slide for Friday, but that's kind of what it was. It was pretty much simple. Nothing really happened on Friday besides Picture Day and colors. So then academic education, we had 16% of New Valley students that are taking off-site advanced classes. And then we also have about 13 students that are enrolled or taking classes at SVCST, can't even say that. And 13 other students that are dual enrolled in Mission College. I think we didn't add this one. I think there's a few that are also going to San Jose State. De Anza, there we go, to De Anza. I think that was this week that they have enrolled into De Anza. So we didn't really add it on there. Unfortunately, that was our mistake. But we're very proud of these students that are moving on with, like, I think some of them are seniors. So we're very glad that these seniors have decided to take that path to dual enroll or take SCSV to the other schools and classes in Mission and De Anza. Very proud. Thank you. And then we're gonna move on to the sports. Our volleyball team. I'm on that team. We won our first 2 games. And our next game is tomorrow. We won against Foothill, Conley, Cabrillo High School. Very tough teams. I'm very proud of my team. We had to not only put our education together and talk to staff and the teachers and make sure our grades and everything are up and credits are good, but we also had to push ourselves to bring a win back to our school, to make sure our school has a win. We all worked together. It was hard to get through our classes knowing we had a game that day, but I'm very, very proud of not only my classmates, but I'm very proud of our coach. As you guys can see, Coach Dunn is the one next to us wearing white. He pushed us to get to where we are today. I think all staff do to get us to where we are today. But sports, no matter what, if it's not volleyball, then football, any sports we do here, very well, same thing. We all have fun with it. New Valley is a fun place to go. I think a lot of us do look forward into 4th period because of sports, because although we have all the other classes throughout the whole period doing work after work, we get one period that gets to just do sports and have fun. So that's what the sports teams is. Then we're gonna move into our upcoming field trips. We have one field trip, which is actually tomorrow as I believe, yes, to Mission College. And then we also have one, I believe, the next Friday, if that's correct, to Castle Rock, and another one, which is at Pipe Trade Field Trip. It's a lot of reading, but for Mission College, like I said before, you can dual enroll to help you pretty much tell you what you're expecting to when you go there, if you want to go there, and that you have there's a lot of decent classes that you can take to set your goal for the future. As I'm gonna say, I haven't told Stapleton, but I will be going to Mission College and then transferring over to San Jose State. Thank you. I am glad that we have this opportunity to go to not only Mission College, but to different colleges to figure out what students want to do for after high school. I can agree there are some students that don't want to go to college right after school. That's a lot of us, but after high school, if we do not want to go to Mission San Jose, the New Valley does help us find another path to go to if we don't want to go to a regular college. And we also have opportunities to go to like Castle Rock, which is like a fun field trip. If we look onto the next slides, there are pictures of the Castle Rock and Mission College. Mission College is a kind of big, decent school, but it's normal. You kind of get used to it after you've been to normal, like New Valley or Santa Clara or Wilcox. You're like, oh, just another side of the campus is on it. I like Mission when I went there for a field trip. Too bad I can't go again this year. But I have not went to Castle Rock. I can't really say that much on it because I haven't been to Castle Rock or Pipe Trades, but I know a few students that have been there and it seems very fun. Castle Rock, you get to be outdoors and pretty much enjoying nature. You get to hike and just pretty much be with not only your friends, but staff that enjoy being out, that make school fun, more fun, as I should say. And more, not only do you learn stuff on these field trips, not only do you learn stuff or learn knowledge, but you get to also have fun. You get to realize, wow, I did not know this before. And wow, I could not have learned this if I went to a way different school. Probably, I hate to say it, you probably would have learned this at Santa Clara or Wilcox, but they would have a different way of doing it. But I know for surely New Valley has different opportunities of showing us students different things that are going on in the world, like especially at Castle Rock or Mission or Pipe Trades. And for Pipe Trades, we get to learn ignition, electric, pretty much everything about pipes that you would need to learn about. And I believe that is it. And that's pretty much what we learned. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kylie Hill Scott. That was an excellent report. We appreciate you joining us this evening. Thank you. We are now on to our information items. We will start with E.1, our reports from union presidents.
I think I'm gonna make Margie start coming first, so I don't have to keep following our wonderful students who just do such a lovely job. Good evening, Dr. Waddell, President Fairchild Board of Trustees, student trustee, and Ms. Burrell. My heart is saddened by the events which have taken place since Saturday. They are truly shocking and upsetting. It is a continuing concern and bafflement to me as to why people cannot just show each other love and respect regardless of their own personal opinions and values. We, CSCA, stand alongside our students, our staff, our community, and our partners in Santa Clara Unified in refusing to tolerate any hatred or discrimination of any kind. The Dalai Lama once said that compassion and tolerance are not a sign of weakness, but of strength. This is so true, and I am proud to be part of a district and a community who rallies to support and defend all, particularly at this time to those who have family, social, cultural, and spiritual connections to Israel and Palestine. As partners in educating our children, CSA members provide support, comfort, and a safe place for all of our students. We had our second negotiations meeting with the district last Friday. We sent out a joint message that highlighted the respectful and cordial atmosphere. It wasn't Friday, it was Tuesday. It was this Tuesday. Oh my goodness, time flies. It's been a long week. It was Tuesday, right, Jose? Never mind last Friday, this Tuesday. We submitted 1 MOU and 4 written proposals, and the district presented 2. Although we did not reach any agreements or resolutions on any of the topics, productive conversation was held. We will meet again on November 13th. It is November, right, Jose? LAMPS is moving ever forward as we continue to plan for continued support of SLTs and the DLT with the goal of best outcomes for students. The first DLT of the year was held, and although I was unable to attend, it has been reported to me that it was very productive and very positive by more than one person and more than one group, I must say. LAMPS presented the first SLT support session for the school year. It was well attended and the energy was positive. We received feedback that we then the very next day LAMPS looked at and that we're going to use as our guide as we plan support moving forward. Monday, if I could have my first slide, please, Joe, was a wonderful professional learning day. Classified employees. Okay, there we go. Classified employees in many district roles connected, learned, and collaborated. The anecdotal feedback I received was positive, and many expressed an excitement as they're going to take what they learned and use it not just in their professional lives, but in their personal ones as well. Next slide, please. That is our campus supervisors holding their first training day with Michael Harris, our new safety manager. One of the presenters, Ariana Tovez, is going to lead the CSEA-sponsored training for chapter leadership. The topic is Equip, Empower, and Educate to build confidence, strengthen skills, and inspire members to voice their perspective during essential collaborative conversations. It is scheduled for 2 consecutive Wednesdays in November. Next slide, please. CSA leadership is a strong and powerful voice, and we use that not just for our own CSA siblings. Chapter leaders joined our SEIU and ULP brothers and sisters who were on strike at Kaiser for 2 days last week. We marched, we yelled, we drank coffee, and we had and just stood side by side with our fellow union partners. It was a wonderful, we got up at, we joined them at 7 o'clock in the morning, so we sacrificed sleep, but it was a wonderful way to start our days. And Edson Sanchez, who is our, his role just left my brain. He's our communications officer. Thank you very much. Communicated very well as he grabbed a bullhorn and he used it like a pro to encourage and let them know that Santa Clara Unified Classified has their backs. Next slide, please. Do I have one more slide there? Lost one slide, but never mind. It was a picture of Edson with the bullhorn. And I told him he missed his true calling, which is Union Rabble Rouser. This week is National School Lunch Week. I want to recognize all the hardworking child nutrition staff who feed our students every day. And for some student, it may be the only food they get that day. Please take a moment to stop by and thank the lunch lady or guy the next time you visit a school site. I will conclude, as always, well, sort of, with my Diamondsback report. They beat LA 3-0. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Ms. Villarreal. Ms. Wysocki.
Good evening, President Fairchild, Dr. Waddell, Student Trustee Valdez, and the Board of Trustees. I'd like to begin my report this evening with some teacher appreciation and highlights. First, we'd like to congratulate and highlight Cabrillo Middle School art teacher Sarah Deweese, who on October 23rd will be receiving a special award at the 53rd Annual Santa Clara County Teacher Recognition Celebration. Joe, can you go ahead and put the slides up? Thank you. There's about 5 of them. This celebration is the oldest and largest celebration of teachers in California and the most prestigious local award given to classroom teachers. It is Miss DeWeese's students' artwork you see decorating the hallways in the district office. Next slide, please. And the next slide, please. Doing a great job. And the next slide, please. And I think there's one more. Which I love that one because it was outside. Thanks, Joe. UTSC would also like to highlight 2 additional teachers, Carl Erickson and Sarah Perez. Mr. Erickson is a science teacher at Buchser Middle School who has traditionally taught 6th grade and 8th grade science. With declining enrollment and the resulting shuffling of classes, this year the science department had to make some difficult changes. Mr. Erickson volunteered and graciously stepped in to teach the 7th grade science class, even though it was new to him. Sarah Perez is one of our highly qualified TOSAs, currently working in ELD. Ms. Perez has worked tirelessly to put together ELD resources, as well as support the PSYOP structure for designated ELD. Both Mr. Erickson and Ms. Perez have gone over and above to support their colleagues and their students. UTSC would like to recognize that we have several, skipped a, no, all right. UTSC would like to recognize that we have several critical initiatives before us. From the commitment to support all of our students, pre-K to adult education, to looking at necessary curricular changes. From planning for the implementation of the community schools program at 11 of our sites, to meeting the needs of our students with learning challenges and who have different neurodiversities. Every single initiative is important, and we find ourselves wanting to sprint towards solution and fix it. That is the nature of what we do. We see a problem and we attempt to resolve it. But what we know is that effective solutions take time and careful planning. It takes the willingness and courage to ask challenging questions while doing so in a manner that's open to hearing difficult truths. There is example after example of the good, careful work happening in the district as we search for lasting solutions, which will be sustainable over time. With all of this difficult work, we have to remember to pay attention to the relationships we have built over the past year and a half. They will sustain us through the difficult times ahead, but without consistent, intentional work, they will neither grow nor flourish. We are not finished with partnership because we are still building it. UTSC will continue to pursue a shared decision-making model, which we know is the foundation of solid partnerships. We are living through very difficult times right now. There's a lot going on in the world that many of us find overwhelming and traumatizing. Words truly cannot express the depth of emotion that we are feeling in this tumultuous time. Teachers struggle as we try to help our students understand that which is hard for the experts to explain. So this past Monday being Indigenous Peoples Day, I went looking for a bit of wisdom from the oldest peoples in North America, the Native Americans. I stumbled across a quote from N. Scott Momaday, a Kiowa elder, novelist, and historian. In reflecting upon the necessity of oral storytelling, Mr. Momaday writes, "The simple act of listening is crucial to the concept of language, more crucial even than reading and writing. And language, in turn, is crucial to human society." Let's all remember to take the time to truly listen to one another as we move forward. Have a good evening.
Thank you. We will not have a public health update as there is none. So we will now move on to public comment on unagendized items. I have one slip, but anyone who is in the room may speak if they so choose to. I'm going to read our civility policy as well as additional instructions regarding public comment. The Board of Trustees has a policy on civility. Policy 1310.1 on civility states, this policy promotes mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district employees, parents, and the public. This policy is not intended to deprive any person of his or her right to freedom of expression, but only to maintain, to the extent possible and reasonable, a safe, harassment-free workplace for students and staff. In the interest of presenting district employees as positive role models to the children of this district, as well as the community, SCUSD encourages positive communication and discourages volatile, hostile, or aggressive actions. The district seeks the public's cooperation with this endeavor. Additionally, the public should note that while we value and want to receive public feedback, board members are prohibited by state law from commenting on, discussing, or taking action on items that are not on the meeting's agenda. The board may refer the commenter to a staff member or other resources for factual information. Ask staff to report back to the board at a subsequent meeting concerning any matter, or take action directing staff to place a matter of business on a future agenda. When you come to the podium, please turn on the microphone. The green light indicates the microphone is on. You will have 2 minutes to speak. At the end of 2 minutes, please return to your seat. If you have additional comments, you may email the board. I have one slip at this time for items from the public. It is for, I'm going to say the first one, Revital Kaufman Moran. You may come to the podium.
Good evening, everyone. Dr. Waddell, President, Vice President, and the entire board. I'm here to speak. My name is Revital. First of all, I'm a member of the Israeli community. I have been in Sunnyvale and as part of Santa Clara Unified School District for the last 15 years. I have 2 children. As graciously started your speech, Dr. Waddell, horrific acts happened since Saturday morning. I'm here since 2 minutes are definitely not enough to describe and bring in the details of what happened and what is still going on in Israel. I would like to bring up to the board 3 requests. The first one, we received an email on October 10th, which you all are, of course, familiar with, and you've seen all our emails and responses. The one thing that we would request, which was not on that email, is a public condemnation of the act of terror. And an email that will come to the entire community. We received very warm and we were very touched by the responses, the personal responses, but we do want to see this response done in public to the entire community. The second request that we have is that we respectfully ask that no teachers talk to the students about these matters. There are a lot of facts involved. There is a lot of background involved. The stories are horrific. Our families, our friends, our loved ones, they're still fighting for their lives. So we respectfully ask that this topic will not be brought up in class with the children. We're also worried that it will incite. Okay, the last thing, if I may, is security issues, especially tomorrow. I don't know who is aware or not, but one of the founders of the Hamas published a YouTube video calling for world jihad tomorrow, specifically asking to hurt Jews all over the world tomorrow. Just today, we received a notification from the Israeli equivalent of Homeland Security asking Israelis around the world to be careful.
I'm sorry, but your
No,
your
thank you
time
very
is
much.
up.
Yes,
Thank you
we
for
have
coming.
some more people on Zoom that may continue. Thank you
Okay.
so much.
You are welcome to email the board. Again, thank you. Is there anyone in the room that would like to speak? Okay, you may come up, and then I will close public comment in the room, and then we will go out to the Zoom.
Good evening. My name is Diumo. I'm the mother of 2 children enrolled in the district. I'm here to formally oppose the equity framework which was presented to the board on 24 August by the Social Justice and Equity Committee. I found myself on this committee last spring after a terrible incident involving my daughter and her then third grade teacher. For Black History Month, this teacher spent several days showing violent BLM protests, marches, and riots to her students. This accomplished absolutely nothing but traumatize her classroom full of 8 and 9-year-olds. So I can agree with you about traumatizing violent images of your people, being discussed in a classroom. I can relate to that. So, and this negatively impacted my daughter to the point where it wasn't just my daughter, it was the entire classroom that was traumatized by these incidents. And my daughter came home saying that she no longer wanted to be Black. She feared white people, she feared the police, and she was afraid of being Black and therefore no longer wanted to be Black. And to make matters worse, when I complained to the principal, the teacher doubled down by retaliating against my daughter. She refused to attend a resolution meeting the principal arranged with myself and my husband. Her refusal to meet with the parents of the child she spent months bullying and harassing because of me compelled me to file a complaint of teacher retaliation with the district. Ultimately, nothing came of this complaint, despite the teacher traumatizing children with repeated violent images of police brutality, civil clashes, and violent protests, and spending countless classroom hours teaching about other things such as abortion, war, feminism, and endless pronouns to a classroom full of 8 and 9-year-olds. Meanwhile, my child's academic performance regressed that year. Little to no homework was given, and this teacher refused to give us, me and my husband, our child's graded tests. Ironically, it wasn't until I sat on the Social Justice and Equity Committee that I realized that this teacher is the poster child for equity. And in the coming weeks and months, I hope to share how this equity framework will only codify the negative experiences and inappropriate topics, otherwise known as culturally responsive pedagogy, that this teacher covered, and the many destructive impacts it had, not just on my daughter, but virtually all students and their parents. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now close public comment in the room and go out to the Zoom for public comment.
Good evening. For members of the public attending through Zoom webinar who would like to please speak, please use the Zoom's raise hand tool. Public speakers will be called upon in the order that hands were raised. There will be a 2-minute timer on the screen, similar to the one we have in the boardroom for the audience, to help moderate your comments. To ensure everyone has the same amount of speaking time, we will have to move on to the next commenter after 2 minutes. When your name is called, you will be prompted by Zoom to unmute your microphone. Our first commenter is Kaushik Roy. And I apologize to our tech team. I am a panelist, not a host, so I can't unmute. Can you unmute Kaushik, please? Thank you. Kaushik Roy?
Yes, thank you. Hopefully you can hear me.
We can.
All right. So I wanted to provide a frustrating update about the TK toileting situation, at least at Ponderosa. We've gotten confirmation from the district that the TK para job description includes toileting support, which includes, quote, helping them redress themselves after an accident. However, the TK para in our classroom is not willing to do this. Our understanding is they haven't been given the necessary clarifications for them to carry out their job requirements. We've also been told, surprisingly, that support with toileting is different than toileting support. This means the TK para is not expected to actually change kids out of their soiled clothing. Our current understanding here is that there are discussions ongoing with unions to put a district-wide procedure into place. We are also told that special ed paras might be able to help out if needed. Now we're told that wouldn't be happening. I recognize that putting together a durable policy takes time, but we also need a short-term solution so we aren't confusing parents with misinformation and hurting kids in the meantime. Here's what happens if a child has an accident. They automatically get removed from class and sent to the health office. Then the school calls the parent to ask if we want to drive over to the school and help the child change. We've done this several times because luckily our jobs have flexibility to leave midday. If we decline, only then will the school provide toileting support. And this is only because our principal and secretary have personally stepped up to provide the support that we would expect to be coming from the TK para. We should be supporting kids as they grow and learn, not pushing them out of the class and making them feel different. And I think I also wanted to address the equity piece of kind of this problem and other problems. I don't think there's a perfect solution for these problems, but I think if we come to the problem with a lens of people are different and have different needs, and we should try to reach them to best meet their needs, I think hopefully we can solve all of the problems talked about in public comment today. And on that note, as someone who was on the equity committee, I think the equity framework is a first step in that direction. I don't think it's a step that will solve that, but my hope is the district will continue to improve in this direction. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Shawnee Frankel.
Hello.
Hey, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you. Hi, my name is Shani. I am a parent in the district and also a member of the Israeli American community here. Thank you, first of all, for allowing me to speak today. And thank you so much for the support and the condemnation of the terrorist act that was expressed today during the meeting and also in private emails. I do want to echo the things that Revital has already said. We look forward to seeing this condemnation also in an email to the entire community, to all families, not just to the Israeli community. The other thing is, again, I wanted to repeat the request to make sure that, this item is not discussed, and also to explain a little bit more on some of our views on that. So part of the reason we're asking for this is because we know that there are some schools or some classrooms that have been showing images from the media. They're not necessarily disturbing images per se, but they still may be biased images. And I think teacher and staff are often just doing that with the very best of intentions, but they just do not have the familiarity with this conflict to know, to judge for themselves which media outlets are biased and which are not. And some of these media outlets, they seem very innocent, but they actually have an agenda that we're not aware of. And that may cause a lot of harm and negatively influence the kids. So we really do urge you to please keep this out of the classrooms and make sure our kids remain safe. And the last point that Revital was making was just to make sure that everyone is aware of that call to hurt Jews across the world tomorrow. And if there are any safety considerations that need to be made, please keep that in mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. And President Fairchild, that was the last one.
Thank you so much. We'll now move on to item G, which is consent items, human resources. Do I have a motion to approve?
Move to approve, Lieberman.
Second, Rotterman.
We have a motion, a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, now we have consent items other. Do you have a,
Second,
motion and a second? Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Student trustee Valdez? So that passes, aye. Sorry. So that passes 6-0 with trustee Muirhead being absent and student trustee Valdez also voting yes. Next, we have action item from Human Resources. I1, the appointment of the custodial manager, maintenance and operations department.
Second, Rotterman.
We have a motion from trustee Gonzalez and a second from trustee Rotterman. Dr. Gonzalez.
Good evening, dear board members, Dr. Waddell and Ms. Burrell. It is my pleasure to introduce Ailao Saisi. Ailao is coming to Santa Clara Unified School District from Visalia Unified School District, where he has worked for the last 8 years. Ailao was hired as a custodian and quickly moved up to a lead custodian position. He was then promoted to custodial manager in 2021. Some of Ailao's responsibilities include supervision of night custodians to ensure that cleanliness is up to district standard, providing instructions and hands-on training for all custodial duties. He assess the performance of the department and employees to make improvements. He evaluated work done by custodial personnel. He oversaw security of assigned sites and assisted in the recruitment of new employees and promotional opportunities.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes 6-0 with trustee Muirhead being absent. Our next item is action item J.1, the consideration of the waiver of the administrative hearing regarding students 1012238.1.
Move to approve, Lieberman.
Second, Rotterman.
So can I say what you're doing? I need to give more
Oh,
information.
sorry.
Sorry. Do I have a motion to accept the expulsion with a suspension of enforcement through October 12th, 2024, with a change of placement from Santa Clara High School to Wilcox High School for student 101223A.1 and student 101223A.1 can apply for reinstatement at the end of the expulsion term on October 12th, 2024. Is that your motion?
That is my motion.
I
Okay.
still second.
And a second. Okay, we will do a roll call. Trustee Canova, trustee Gonzalez, trustee Lieberman,
Yes.
trustee Muirhead is absent, trustee Ratterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan. And I vote yes, that passes 6-0 with trustee Muirhead being absent. Our next item is item J.2. And I need a motion to accept the expulsion with suspension of enforcement through September 28th, 2024, with no change in placement for student 101223B.1. Student 101223B.1 can apply for reinstatement at the end of the expulsion term on September 28th of 2024. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve, Radaman?
Again?
I have a motion and a second. This will be a roll call. Trustee Canova.
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez. Trustee Lieberman.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead is absent. Trustee Ratterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
And I vote yes, so that passes 6-0 with trustee Muirhead being absent. We have information items. Our first information item is for the K.1, the Director of Facility Development and Planning. Do we have any questions? We received an email that may fit under here. I don't know if the individual is here regarding the walkway. Okay. Would you like to speak about the walkway at this time, or do you want to just leave this? Okay. Mr. Ducato, if you could come to the mic, you can turn it on. You will have 2 minutes to speak. No.
Oh, okay. Okay, I left the information for your study, and this is a problem I've seen for years, and I finally said, well, I'll make a suggestion and see if we can get it corrected. I talked it over with my council person, Sudge James, and coincidentally, he's interested in wide sidewalks also as a safety measure. And so he's willing to help out if you need any communication with the city council. So I thought I'd come and just ask you if you want to have any questions, if you had a chance to look at it. If not, I would just suggest look at my little presentation that I put together. And if you have any questions, contact me or Sudge Jane, and we'll see if we could correct the situation. It's kind of a hazard. And I use that walkway almost every day, or at least 5 times a week with the dog. And the pathway that we're talking about is 240 feet long, and it resembles more like a cattle chute because of the width, and the chain link fences are so close. There's a dirt area to one side where people get off there with bicycle and strollers, but when people pass that close together, it's a problem. They can bump into the fence. And especially when you have somebody with dogs. Now, I've never had a problem. My dog, she's a little cutesy looking thing, but I see the expression on people's face when they come. They have children, and I'm passing. I have a bicycle. I have a dog. And the space is there, I mean, it could be very easily widened to about a 10-foot pathway and a surface that.
Thank you for your time.
Okay.
Thank you. We have referred this. It's the email that I forwarded to you. Okay. To our CBO, and he will get back to you. Next, do we have any other comments regarding the Director of Facility Development and Planning? Okay, our next information item is the Director for School Bond Projects. Are there any questions about the report submitted by Mr. Adams? Okay, thank you. Quick comment from Trustee Gonzalez.
It looks like we're making some progress on the old Patrick Henry. Is it Patrick? Yeah, Patrick Henry site. So thank you for our facilities and our bond department for the work they're doing on this.
Thank you. Next, we have our Williams Valenzuela quarterly report.
Nothing to report.
And there's nothing to report. Okay, now we come to item L.1, which is a board member requested agenda item regarding board member term limits. So I'm going to turn the time over to Dr. Ryan, who requested this item be on the agenda.
Yeah, thank you for getting this on the agenda. I wanted to get this on the agenda. Someone asked me about this back in 2000 because they knew that Palo Alto had recently passed term limits, and they wanted my opinion on term limits for school board members. And I thought it was an interesting idea, but have kind of put it aside, hadn't been thinking about it too much. But I think in the last couple of months on the national level, there's been a lot of discussion about term limits, and it reminded me that I had not requested this as an agenda item. So I put forward this is a requested agenda item. I think I had actually, I was able to find Palo Alto's presentation from 2018 on school board term limits. And it really highlighted kind of the reasons that we should consider that. It's actually not something the board will decide if there's term limits. The decision we can make is to let the voters decide. So, but the Palo Alto presentation talked about this as a good governance practice. Virtually every level of state, county, and local government in our area has enacted term limits, including Santa Clara City Council and Sunnyvale City Council. I think that's recent in the last several years. It's also a practice of nonprofit boards as considered a good governance practice there. I know the nonprofit board I serve on has term limits. California PTA has term limits for board members and officers, at least according to the Palo Alto presentation. And it's about offering that choice to voters. So, and I even know our own Congressman Ro Khanna recently, I think in the last week or so, has proposed term limits. I don't know where that will go because it's on the federal level for congressional representatives and for the Supreme Court. So there's constitutional issues at stake there. But that whole conversation has become very public, I think, in the last couple of months. And so that reminded me that we should at least discuss this and consider giving it the choice to voters. The advantage is if we as a board decide to put this choice to voters, we have control over what that looks like. It is possible for other organizations, other groups of people to make the effort to put something on the ballot that may or may not be what we would like to see. It could be very different. So if we put it on the ballot, we have control over it. So that's the few comments I have. I did forward to Superintendent Waddell the presentation from Palo Alto that it is at this point almost 6 years old, I think, so the data may be a little different. But if any board member would like it, Dr. Waddell has that and can send it.
Okay, this is under planning. Any comments from other board members? Trustee Lieberman.
Okay. Thank you, President Fairchild. I actually find term limits to be quite the opposite. I find them to be not a democratic process, and mostly because I believe they remove choice from voters by controlling who can be on the ballot. If a voter wants to vote for someone, they should be able to appear on the ballot. So I feel that term limits are actually a very anti-democratic proposal. I also have concerns about what that would mean in terms of leadership seniority. Our own trustee Gonzalez is president of the CSBA. That would not happen without his extensive experience and longevity on the board. And so I think we limit Santa Clara Unified's ability to have positions of leadership at the state and even local level with the Santa Clara County School Board Association, which is a side effect of term limits that I think we really need to be mindful of, because those are positions of quite a bit of influence and can really help to advocate for things very important to us as a district on a national and local level. Additionally, I think we cannot discount the current climate of national and local politics to get ultra conservatives on school boards. And I think when you start limiting candidates from running for office because of some arbitrary number of terms, you are inviting beliefs on a board that perhaps are not in line with this district. And I think that is a consequence that needs to be considered when you're talking about limiting voter choice. And voter choice is something that is integral to the democratic process.
Okay, Trustee Canova wanted to speak.
So I reviewed the presentation that you cited, Palo Alto, and that's 2018. And it did go to the voters in November of 2018. And the support of the voters was over 70%, I believe. And in term limits, just, we only have 2 minutes, but I have so many thoughts on that. Well, I love Ro Khanna. I support him strongly. Congress will never, because we need Congress, a majority of Congress, we need Congress to term limit themselves. And I say to you boldly today, we will never see that in our lifetimes. They will not do that to themselves, Congress. Now, when it comes to school boards, is Palo Alto the only example we have that has term limits? Who are the other examples? Well, it's the one on the table for now. So no need to answer that. But I don't have an issue with us looking into it more. I'm always very open-minded to learn more. But it would be questions in terms of, for example, if we were to take that track and it was to go to the voters, it can't be this November, obviously. So it'd be next November. That's November of 24. We have multiple board members that perhaps will be running for additional terms, I would think. And I don't know, but we have multiple seats here on this board that come up in November of 24. So let's say, for example, and this is a question that doesn't need to be answered, but this is just where my thoughts are. So let's say in November of 24, you have this on the ballot to initiate term limits. And let's say on that very same ballot, you have a board member running for another term. And let's say that board member wins another term. And simultaneously, voters vote for term limits. How does that work together? Does that person serve that term? I don't know. Let me finish. I won't take too much time, but am I willing to learn more about it? Yes, I am. I'm willing to learn more about it. One last thought too about term limits, very, very quick. The Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors are limited to 3 terms. They used to be limited to 2 terms. And it was actually unnamed, I will not name the person, but there was a person on the Board of Supervisors who initiated the effort to put before the voters a proposition to limit them to 3 terms. It was very disingenuous because when I went to the voters, they thought, oh, yes, we should limit them to 3 terms. They were already limited to 2. People were not paying attention. They extended their time. They didn't shorten their time because they weren't paying attention. So I have many mixed feelings about term limits and I've gone beyond my time, but yes, I'm very open-minded. I'm willing to learn more.
Trustee Ratterman.
Yeah, part of the role of the school board is to make sure that the public's interests are taken a look at. It doesn't happen that often, but some of the times what the public wants is different than what the administration wants. I mean, because we've got slightly different points of view. I watched what happened in the state assembly when they put term limits in. And the initial term limits were 3 sessions of 2 years each, 6 years. And what happened is by the time, just about the time an assembly person knew what they were doing, they were termed out. And then what happened is they had to rely extraordinarily heavily on the staff. Effectively, the staff was running the assembly, not the elected officials. Now, they did change that. They extended it, and I won't get into the details of that. So they did do that. So, I've looked at term limits. When I first got on the school board, I actually was in favor of term limits. They sounded like a good idea to me. Now that I've been there, I don't feel that's the case. I think what we have now is actually a pretty good mix. We have some people with high seniority. I happen to be one of them. We have some brand new members as well. So you have a combination of institutional knowledge and experience over the years. You have new, fresh ideas coming in through the election process. So, both issues, on term limits, for and against, have some compelling arguments for and against them. But when I balance it out, from my perspective, I actually think that not having term limits is better. Let the voters decide who they want to have come in. If it's somebody that's no longer being effective, they can be removed. I understand it's harder to remove an incumbent, but still, we have seen that happen, and we do have some new people on the board. So that's it. Thanks.
Trustee Gonzalez.
I just want to mention, as far as, and I think Ms. Trustee Lieberman mentioned, I would not have been able to become CSBA president-elect. I'll be president next year, without having spent some time building up that capacity and learning about the process here within the state and the local county boards and such. One of the things, and one of the things that brought forward our term limits at the state capitol was just Willie Brown, right? There was an issue with pro tem. So I think that when you take an exception, you try to fix things because of one issue or one thing that occurred. I think you're going to have some unintended consequences that we see today, where half the budget of California, which is spent on schools, you have legislators who have no idea how California schools are funded. No, they have no idea between LCFF districts and excess revenue limit districts, right? So, and this is half the budget of California. They just have no idea. So the unintended consequences of term limits can be that you have people who are unaware and unprepared to really govern. So I think it's one thing that we just have to be aware of that. As far as 2 term limits that Palo Alto passed, they've had, and I've talked to many Palo Alto board members in the past, they just have it had an unwritten rule of serving 2 terms. So that became something that they voted on, and something that they've culturally and community-wide have embraced. It's something that I don't see as being beneficial necessarily. Just like the California Voting Rights Act, there's positives of it, but there's also unintended consequences of it. So I believe that we just have to be careful as far as what we ask for. I think that the mix that we have, the community votes for us, and now that we've gone to districts, I think it's even easier for the community in the different districts to vote for their preferred candidate and have the representation that they desire.
Okay, I'm gonna finish this round, and then we will go out to public comment if there's any, and then we will come back and discuss. I actually immediately thought of Trustee Gonzalez when I thought about term limits, because I believe this is your 4th term. And it took 4 terms to get to the point where you could represent us so well on the California School Boards Association. So we are a school board for Santa Clara, but then we are also part of this California School Boards. And in his time on the board, Trustee Gonzalez has been able to represent us first, I think, regionally, and then just moving up, and to the point where now he is the president. And what a great role model you will be. I'm just thrilled for that. You being the president-elect, and that took 4 terms. And the one thing I'd limit you, my questions are, would the number of terms limit our participation regionally and statewide in areas where we can advocate for children and for students and for our community? So those are some concerns I have. I also struggle a little ethically. I'm on my 2nd term, 1 year in. Trustee Lieberman is on her 1st. I believe Trustee Ryan and Trustee Muirhead are both on their 3rd terms. If Trustee Ryan runs next year, that will be her 4th term. you're on your fourth term and everyone else is above. So it's interesting to me on a board where most of the people have served more than 2 terms, 5 of the 7, that we would put a limit on future board members that they could only be on this board for 2 terms. I find that interesting. So I would not be comfortable with 2 terms. Additionally, because it would limit our participation or the participation of future board members and the county and region and state as far as their ability to advocate. All right, so that's our first round. We're gonna go out to public comment. We will start in the room and then we will go out into the Zoom and then we'll come back if we have any further comment. So I don't have any slips, but if you would like to speak, you can line up at the microphone. Please turn on the microphone. The green light indicates the microphone is on. You'll have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have 3 questions that are brought up to me or that pop into my mind with regard to this idea. And some of them might actually have been addressed in the proposal that I have not seen. So my first question and concern is what institutional and history and wisdom will we lose under this proposal? It takes a while to do the job when you feel you have learned how to do the job, because I think it's learn by doing, the old Cal Poly way. The next question is one that I actually thought back to a March 23rd board meeting. And I think it was Dr. Ryan that you said, what's the problem we're trying to fix with this? It can't just be somebody else nearby is doing it. I feel like we need to have a little more than that. And then the last part is, what is the financial cost to do all of the voter aspect of it that would require this to be passed?
Okay, Mr. Urell.
Yes, as far as term limits go, I concur with a lot of what Trustee Lieberman said, but I feel like term limits should be determined by the people who vote. And it would disturb me if there was someone such as Mr. Trustee Gonzalez, who I think is an excellent example of a board member, if because of term limits, I could no longer elect him. That would be a disservice to me as a voter, as well as a disservice to the community who benefits so much from all the expertise we have here on our panel. I do think it is our democratic right to decide who we're going to vote for, and other people should not decide that I can only vote for someone twice. So, and I also agree with the questions Margie brought up, that really what is the point of this? What are we trying to achieve here, other than to just put something new in front of us to discuss? I don't think it will serve any valuable purpose in my view.
Anyone else in the room like to comment? Okay, I'm closing public comment in the room. We will go out to the Zoom.
For the members of the public attending through the Zoom webinar who would like to speak, please use Zoom's raised hand tool. Public speakers will be called upon in the order that hands were raised. There will be a 2-minute timer on the screen, similar to the one we have in the boardroom, to help you moderate your comments. To ensure everyone has the same amount of speaking time, we will have to move on to the next commenter after 2 minutes. When your name is called, you will be prompted by Zoom to unmute. Ada Sued.
Hi, good evening. This is Ida Swed. And I concur with Margie. Why are we doing this? How much is this going to cost? And then just because Palo Alto is doing it doesn't mean that Palo Alto is a be-all and the example in the area for what we should be doing. And then I got stuck on when Dr. Ryan said that somebody talked to her in 2000. Why did you wait 23 years to bring this up? Why was this not brought up 10 years ago? Why now? I I guess I'm just stuck there. And when something like this something like this comes up, I don't know, it's icky. It doesn't sound right what's going on here. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Okay, we'll now close public comment on the Zoom. Are there any more comments from board members? Trustee Ryan?
So apparently I should clarify, it was in 2020 that someone spoke to me. If I misspoke, I'm sorry about that. It was in 2020. It was by someone who was connected to a Palo Alto board member who actually was responsible for for one of the people who moved forward in bringing that proposal to Palo Alto. And I'm not saying, I see both pros and cons. The person asked me about it and I thought it was interesting. I also see pros and cons with term limits. We do lose institutional knowledge over many, many years. I will also say, before I joined the board, you want to know what the problem is. Before I joined the board, we had a board member who would fall asleep in meetings and need to be waken up to vote. And I can tell you that residents did not know about that. So there isn't a problem with an incumbency. It's very difficult. The stats are clear. I don't know, I used the Palo Alto data. I was referring to that. It was something like less than 10% of challengers could defeat an incumbent. So that's a very real power. But I do think the voters should get to weigh in on whether they want term limits or not. I don't think it should be for us to decide. But also, we may not get to decide. So the point, Jim, that you asked about what is this going to look like? If we put it to the voters, we can decide what we want it to be like. We can decide it takes effect immediately when it's passed. So that would create an issue. In most cases, I think in Santa Clara, the clock started when it was passed. So if someone was on the board already, they would have, Santa Clara, when Santa Clara City Council passed its term limits, the clock started when the measure was passed. So anyone who was already on the city council could have up to 2 more terms on the city council. I will say it does seem like there's a movement toward term limits. The Palo Alto data that they had in their presentation, lots more school boards were moving to this in more recent years. I don't know what it's going to be like in the next 10 years, but if we put the measure to the voters, we get to decide. If another outside group, and Trustee Lieberman mentioned another outside group and what this might do, they can put forward a proposal. They can get the signatures and put something on the ballot that could be very different than what we might want to see. They could have it take effect immediately, I think, and people could be limited immediately, or they could have only one more term, or they could limit it to 1 term. Who knows what they could put forward to voters? So I thought it was worth discussing. As I said, I see pros and cons to both of it. I hear about voters choosing, but I also know that it's very, I've been out walking neighborhoods and they don't always know what's going on the school board and the school district. I do think it's important to have new ideas brought forward. And I think it's worth a more discussion or more conversation. I don't have all the answers. This was a request for information, a request to discuss this further and get more information.
Thank you. Any other comments from members? Trustee Gonzalez?
I'll just say that one of the things that term limits would do is probably one of the things that they would say it does is provide more diversity. But you could have more folks that might run and things of that sort. But since we just moved to districts, I would like to see how that works out before. I'm 1 of 7. You can look at the board, right? And you can say, hey, how diverse is the board, right? And we know how the board has looked in the past. So obviously the district doesn't look like this board, but at the same time, I could tell you that this board is very empathetic with the concerns and issues that we were dealing with in the district, that we working together, and collaborate very well. And at the same time, how's the different districts that we moved to, how is that going to look like in the future? I think it might help, but at the same time, we don't know But just like I mentioned earlier, as far as what term limits have done at the state legislature, it makes it very difficult to when you're talking to legislators to have them understand some of the issues and some of the concerns that districts have when they're dealing with education, since they have no idea. You know, the basic ideas as far as even funding of districts. So I just think that I don't feel that we should move forward with this in the short term. You know, if you were to ask me maybe 4 years from now, and I think one of the things that I would say is that as one board member, you know, I'm looking to build capacity within my district. I'm not going to serve another 4 years. I might not serve another 4 years, right? So it just one of the things that we should be doing is building capacity and working with our community to see, you know, who can step up, whether it's somebody in the PTA or somebody from a different organization that should be assisting in the running of our district.
Trustee Canova.
I tend to agree with what Albert's saying in the sense of, you know, we just fairly recently did the new boundaries. And I would like to see that show us hopefully some of the improvements that we were seeking, you know, through that. In terms of the legislature, I spent a lot of time in the legislature lobbying on career tech issues. And you're absolutely correct. You step into an office and the best person to talk to is people on the staff by far. They have institutional knowledge. They have deeper roots in the issues. And when you talk to the elected person, more often than not, they don't have a deep understanding of the topic. And so I think term limits in terms of our legislature has cost us. You altogether, they can serve a total of 12 years in one or both sides of the legislature. But that institutional knowledge has been lost. And also remember, when we did term limits across the state for the legislature, they took away a lot of benefits. When they leave, they get nothing. Kind of like the school board. When we leave the school board, we get nothing. Well, when you leave the legislature, you get nothing. There's no retirement, there's no medical, there's nothing. So that's why you see a lot of politicians race to run for the county board of supervisors. Why? It pays a lot more money than the legislature. And when you leave the county board of supervisors, you get lifetime benefits, medical, retirement. You don't get that from the legislature. So the legislature is really not a plum. It's kind of a place where people run, they go for it, but then they go for something else. It's not a place that you really want to stay if you're a career politician. And so we've lost a lot of the institutional knowledge in that regard. I think for us, Michelle said we could initiate this or it could be organically initiated by the community. At the end of the day, my preference would be to see it organically generated by the community, not by this board.
I have some comments. So as I thought about this, I thought, well, what if I were to think of a good number of terms that I felt I could ethically do for a future board? I thought 4. I thought, you know, giving someone the time to get to know the job. We do only meet twice a month. The reason I wouldn't go also lower than 4 is now, especially that we are in such small districts, and having walked my district, it's very small, we're going to be limited in who can run for office. And one of the concerns once you go to districts sometimes for school boards, because we are not, I was going to be sarcastic, but I want to make sure, because it is truly a volunteer position. We are paid or given a stipend of $463 a month. Is that, or maybe it's a little more. I think we went to $480. It's hard to get people to run when your campaign will cost more than you will earn in your term. So the concern I have is that if you go down to 2, it's like the lowest form of well, I don't want to say lowest is a bad word, but we get paid the least of any public servant. And I just worry about getting enough candidates. When I there's been we haven't had, except for maybe in 2014, we had a lot of candidates, but there typically have not been a lot of candidates wanting to run. So I would be concerned if we went less than 4 terms about maintaining even a candidate pool. I also feel uncomfortable about limiting the future board members to fewer terms than I have now. Currently, I'm only in my 2nd term. So if we were to say 2 terms and the board would decide that, I'd feel okay morally. But if I had more than 2 terms and I said, but no, you in the future can only have 2 terms, I would feel a little bit hypocritical. But that's just me. So is there any other?
I just want to say on that, that's why I want to learn more. I have no set opinion one way or another, or what terms it should be, or whatever it could be. But I also think if you think 4 terms might be reasonable, I think the only way we can put that to voters is if we do that. I think if this comes from another group, it's going to be much more limited. The examples that, again, were in the Palo Alto presentation, most were 2 terms, some had 3. I'm open to just learning more about it because, as I said, this information, I think they received in January of 2018. So it's almost 7 years old at this point. I don't know what other districts have gone there. That's why I'm interested in learning more. I see there are pros and cons. I don't have my mind made up, but as I said, I was asked about it by someone connected with the Palo Alto board in 2020. Let me make sure I get that right. And because of all the conversation in the last 2 months on the national level about term limits, I thought it was an important thing to talk about and maybe get more information. But we really don't have any information. There is no proposal. To the question about what the proposal is, there is no proposal yet. It's the question of whether we need more information or whether we're willing to learn a little bit more about it.
Thank you. Are there any other trustees that would like to speak? Should we talk about if we want to move this forward for more discussion? Okay, so should we do if someone would like to make a motion to move this forward for more discussion?
Well, I'll make a motion to bring it forward for more discussion or more information.
I will second that motion. Okay,
We have a motion and a second.
we have a motion, and a second. Any more discussion? Give me a second.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, I thought you were waiting for.
No,
Okay.
I just,
Okay.
okay. Let's you want a roll call? Okay. Trustee Canova,
As anybody who knows me, I'm very open-minded, so I'll vote yes.
trustee Gonzalez, trustee Lieberman,
No.
trustee Muirhead is absent, trustee Ratterman,
No.
trustee Ryan.
Yes.
I vote yes, and that is 3-3, so the motion does not pass. We now have items from the board, the report from the board. Trustee Ratterman.
Yes, I wanted to thank everybody from Santa Clara Unified School District who participated in the Parade of Champions. I think that was an excellent community event, and I, of course, am a little bit biased in that standpoint since I'm one of the directors. But it was really nice to see everybody out there. Thank you, Dr. Waddell. And by the way, there is out on our website a really nice little video, our public information. Thank you, Jen. Did on the parade and our involvement in it. Employer School Council on Saturday, this Saturday at Adult Ed is doing a fundraiser where they're bringing in surplus material. It's a combination of things that they can be resold as well as e-waste type of product. The heavier, the better. No furniture allowed. That type of thing. And that's at 1840 Benton Street, in case somebody doesn't know where Adult Ed. The money raised from that will go towards the scholarships for New Valley and for Wilson schools. The Firehouse Run is coming up. It's a little early for that, but it's on December 27th. All the money from that that's raised from that goes to the Schools Foundation, and it's been an excellent fundraiser for them in the past. I have a team. If you'd like to join my team, please let me know. A little self-promotion. By the way, the job that was done by the Schools Foundation on the picnic you mentioned, not picnic, the dinner, the farm dinner. If you get a chance to go to one of those farm dinners, definitely do it. It's a phenomenal event, raises money for our schools. So let's do that. And with that, I'm done. Thanks.
I'll just limit my time and say there's a few members of the public that addressed us today, and if Dr. Waddell, if we can just make sure that we look at those things, especially the safety issues that might be concerned around that we just take proactive measures around that.
I just want to say, we had a really good meeting at the Math Pathways, kind of to hear all the feedback that we've gotten at all of the different community town halls. That was really helpful. We had a really great discussion and plans to move forward with that. And I am disappointed I missed the farm dinner on Friday, but I was in Chicago doing the marathon on Sunday, which is why I can't walk very well today. Thank you.
I just wanted to join Albert and the focus on the safety issues, of course. And although we don't talk about it and we shouldn't talk about it, but I will say I'm incredibly proud of our district in that area. You know, we've done some pretty stellar work, but yes, we never can take our eye off that ball.
Trustee Lieberman.
Just a couple things. I attended the literacy work group meeting with Trustee Fairchild. And I've been to a couple of community school meetings since our last board meeting. It's very exciting. I think information is going to come to the board soon on that. And a couple of days ago, I met with there's a group of regional school board members from the North County who are trying to help homeless youth be in transitional housing that is meant for families as opposed to congregate settings where safety and appropriateness for children is questionable. And we were able to speak with Supervisor Lee on Tuesday. So that was very productive, and he's very supportive of helping us make sure our homeless youth are in safe spaces with their families. I also wanted to say that I was very sad to miss the farm dinner. I had the flu, so I was home dying on my couch, but it looked lovely and I hope to make it next year. I also would just like to publicly send my condolences and my heart and love to the victims of the Hamas terror attacks in Israel. I have many, many friends in my community with family in Israel and family that is now fighting in the IDF. And I worry about them deeply. And I hope that we are able to find peace. And I wish everyone just strength to get through this time, because it is harrowing and it's horrific. And my heart is with all of the Israeli families in our community.
Thank you for that. On Tuesday, the 3rd of October, I was able to attend a Difference Makers Committee, which was the first one, which went quite well. Wonderful people. And on top of that, we are also thinking that we will bring in another student from a comprehensive high school, which is a great thing. Saturday the 7th was Parade of Champions, which was quite a wonderful event. Great turnout, great people. I would like to give a special shout out to Santa Clara's cheer team, Wilcox's cheer team, Wilcox's dance team, and of course the robotics team. It was all a wonderful turnout, great people, and we all had a great time. So that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank Trustee Lieberman for her words that were so eloquent about the terror and the tragedy that is going on. with the Israeli families. It just feels like no words are adequate. So I hope you feel our concern and our love. I wanted to publicly thank the Sunnyvale City Council and their police department for their response and collaboration regarding the issue at Poplar and El Camino, and for our team for how they work together and are still working together to help middle schoolers ride their bikes across that thoroughfare. I think this will be an ongoing challenge every year, but as long as we continue to communicate, I know that we will keep our students safe. I was unable to attend many of the events this past weekend, not because I was sick, but because I was off with my child celebrating her 14th birthday, which was delightful. And today, if I might be so personal, I want to give a congratulations to my younger brother for getting his 4-year coin. And that's happening this weekend, and I wish I could be there. And I can't believe we made it to this point. And I just want to tell people who are struggling with addiction or have families that are struggling with addiction, never to give up. And recovery is possible. With that, I would like to take a motion to adjourn and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Student trustee Valdez.
Aye.
That passes 6-1. 6 trustees, with trustee Muirhead being absent and student trustee Valdez also voting yes. Thank you. Good night.